about the program. So, as Professor Donatella Strangio is not here, we changed something. So we have, in any case, 3 speakers. So Chiara Cavelli, Paolo Galassi, and Valeria Varini in the first part of the morning. Then you have the coffee break, low time. And then you have Roberto Impicciatore and all his group, and Francesca Fauri before 12 our lunch. Okay? So now for Lorenza, and thank you very much to all for your presence here.
Thank you, Paolo, and thank you to the organizer, to Francesca, and to the authorities of the institution place, which is so conducive to spiritual elevation, which we hope to reach through our discussion today. I have to begin by saying that it has been ages since I have spoken English, and as you can hear, I normally teach in Spanish. So I will have a good excuse if my intervention or keynote speech will be confused. We have a very good excuse. And we will all have, as we are all Italian, by the way, but it doesn't matter. We are having to be tortured by our madrina, by our beloved Francesca and our beloved European Commission, which likes very much these vehicular languages. So these are languages which nobody masters, and so everyone has the same setbacks, and we are all happy with that. So what I will try to do today will not actually be a keynote speech, but a tentative definition of how your exhibition, your research, your collective research, and following exhibit inspired me to think about how Argentina and how Argentina leadership and its citizens tried to build up a new nation. You know that there is an extensive debate on nationalism, on nations, and how nations are created. It has been an historiographical debate which has been continuously renovated, but still it doesn't, in my opinion, as far as I know, it has not produced a definite answer to the big question: what is the nation? As a Marxist by formation, I for a long time, I definitely didn't speak about the nation. I didn't want to hear about the nation. I thought that the concept nation was a liberal concept, was a concept which was only meant to deviate our attention to the most material and important cleavages and problems of our country. But I was definitely wrong. The nation is still the concept of the nation, and the use leadership of nationalist sentiments are still with us. So I think that this is definitely a concept we have to cope with. And I think the way you conceived the project, which is a project articulated on knowledge, on the passage of knowledge, on work, on industry, is a good starting point to try to offer a new vision of the nation, of how a nation is built. You know that normally we still refer to a traditional vision of the nation, which says there are nations which are built on organic elements, which are inverted comma natural elements, as the language we speak, the songs we sing, the land where we were born, and the religion we profess. And this is the German way, in classical terms, of being a nation. On the opposite, there is the French way of being a nation, which is a, inverted comma, a civic way to be a nation. Nationals are people who accept our constitution, would say the revolutionary of 1789. So all the men and women who are ready to accept our universal values are accepted as members of the nation. In reality, these are idle types. In terms of in the Bavarian language, these are we never saw any of these two different kinds of nations. In the 80s, as you all know, that a new brand of studies on nationalism and how the nation is, how nations are brought into existence, developed around the concept of Benedict Anderson of the invented nation, of the imagined nation. And I think that we can place ourselves, Benedict Anderson actually thought about part of his examples were taken from the invention of South American nations. I don't think this idea, I consider this idea of imagined communities, I consider this idea of a state which set up an idea of a community and try to impose it on its society. I think that this idea is liberal, it's a bit utopian itself. And I will try to demonstrate that Argentina shows that the state cannot imagine a community without taking into account that the community is made up of men and women in flesh, body, I mean physical people with their own problems, with their own ideas, with their own instinct, and with their own social struggles. And this is, I mean, my attempt will be, and now I go on really on the core of my little meditation. My attempt will be to show that the idea I was referring to yesterday, the idea of the centrality of not only of work but of industry as the pillar of modernity, the pillar of the modern Argentina. This idea of industry as the pillar of modern Argentina, which was a very welcoming, as we saw yesterday, idea, a very open-minded idea of community, considering a community made of people ready and able to work, first of all, was, as I said before, was a utopia. Was a utopia. Why? If we go and say, if we go and try to see how, for example, Alberti, which was one of the most reputed thinkers, trying to make this idea become reality in the mid-19th century, thought about industry. I mean, Alberti, first of all, he thought that industry was not only the thing we see in the panels outside was not only a manufacturing, was not only manufacturing industry. It was an industry which should shape the country too. The country which had been considered during the period of Argentine history that many historians define as Argentina criolla, which normally is thought to last up to 1880. Argentina criolla, which was divided in a huge and not inhabited country, lived by caudillos, by brutal caudillos and enslaved people, and a illustrated elite which was leading the urban center. This was supposed to be the Argentina criolla, so-called Argentina criolla, in the thinking, for example, of José Luis Romero, which was a country in existing up to 1880. In order to change this country, liberal thinkers as Alberti thought to impose an industry in the sense, not only, I repeat, not only in the material sense of expanding manufacture in Argentina, but to renovate the way the countryside was exploited. As you know, many immigrants not only went to industrial centers, but went to the countryside. But for example, Paulo is talking about wineries, Mendoza, and many other, all the first waves of immigration, the Piemontese typically went into the Pampa. And where another kind of, for example, rural property was created, another way of cultivating was created, and that was a sort of industrialization, so to say, primitive industrialization of the country. But why Alberti would insist on the word industria, on the word industry? Because he thought that industry would be the background for a liberal and republican development of the country. He quite naively, I would say, as many of his liberal compatriots or liberal companions, thought that the industry would show up three basic dichotomies in society, and society could be regulated around these three dichotomies. And the first dichotomy was the one between prosperity and misery. The one who works and the one who is able to renovate his way of working will be able to prosper, and the other one will be sent in misery. So this was the first dichotomy. The second dichotomy, let me see, what was it? The second dichotomy was between wealth and misery. The one which will be operosi, productive, will prosper and will be able to create for themselves and for the society wealth. And the other will be sent in misery. And the third dichotomy, which is maybe more interesting than the other two, was the dichotomy between order and chaos. You know that modernity, for example, in manufacture, if you think about Taylor, is the word of order. You know that the clocks did not exist in the industry before Taylorism walked in, for example. I mean, so the idea that industry was associated with order, and order would be imposed on a sort of inchoate society existing before, which was a society which had no clocks. and not only which had no plots, but which was a sort of rudimentary and violent in its political manifestation. The problem with these dichotomies is that they superimposed themselves on other cleavages existing before, which had been very, very strongly eradicated in society. And one very strong dichotomy with cleavage was the cleavage between center and periphery, which is a very strong cleavage in Argentina. The other was the cleavage between town and country. The other was the cleavage between the state and the church. And the other was the cleavage between the illustrated elite and the vulgar peasants, the vulgar peasants from the province. These are dichotomies which which developed during the first decade of independence, during the first half of the 19th century, and which are still very strong in Argentina today. And the ones which were totally the ones proposed by Alberti, couldn't take the how would I say, couldn't get enrooted in society as they still are, these old ones. But the real problem, I think, with this liberal idea of promoting modernity through industry, was that it discounted the big conflict which exists and which was brought up in Argentina, as in other parts of the world, every time these industries were invented and prospered in a way, which is the conflict between capital and labor. I mean, it is very difficult. It's very difficult to set up an harmonious way of work, especially in the modern industry, despite all the efforts that illuminated and lighted industries put in place. For example, yesterday Francesca was talking about Olivetti as one of the luminous examples of a businessman who tried to solve the social conflicts within its manufacturing, which is a way to do that. He could do that. Unfortunately, these are elements, these are examples which are linked to individuals, and all the social development which are linked to individual and not to mass movement, so to say. They are due to fade sooner or later. And so I think that on the one hand, this imagination, this capacity to project a new nation by a strong how would I say, by a strong will to believe in the future. It's a will to believe in the future, because everyone knows that the future is obscure in a general sense, in a philosophical way. But what we see in Argentina in the period, which is so well illustrated by the panels outside, is a strong willingness to believe in the future, and to believe that the future is a white sheet of paper in which you can write whatever you want. So this was I repeat, the panels outside give testimony of how important it is to believe in a future like this. This is, for example, a sentiment which is completely disappeared. in these times. So it is very important to think that there is a white sheet of paper in front of us, and we have the possibility and the right to write whatever we want in this sheet of paper. But on the other hand, we have to know what to write on the sheet of paper. And when coming down to write on the sheet of paper, you don't only need a like liturgy as the one imposed by the Argentinian state. When I speak about like liturgy, I speak about the flag. Chiara is wearing a blue and white dress in honor of the Argentinian flag. It is not only ribbon, it is not only hymns. In Argentinian schools, still today, at the end of the year, the best scholar is called un abanderado, and he's called by the responsible of the school to rise up a flag, an Argentinian flag, and it is a great honor for the pupil who has this opportunity. So, like liturgy is important. Institutions are important. We didn't speak yesterday about one of the pillars of the search for cohesion and the search for individual investment in Argentina, which was the law of 1884 on free and on compulsory education, and absolutely how could I say, forward-looking law, which imposed to niños y niñas common school from 6 to 14 years old, which is an enormous amount of time for the period. And these institutions were obviously important in order to increase the possibility for the second generation of immigrants to become professional. Argentina is a country full of doctors of Italian surname. My husband has the privilege of having 2 or 3 doctors, 2 or 3 excellent doctors with Italian surname. Barsanti, I will always, Barsanti from Lucca. So the individually speaking, that was an enormous advance. I mean, the idea of giving possibility to the sons and daughters of immigrants to have a good education was enormously important from a personal point of view. But I mean, beyond that, beyond the liturgy, like liturgy, and beyond the institution, there must be practices. There must be practices that embodies the sense of nation. And in these practices, what we assisted to, and then I close, was what the historian I was speaking about before, Romero, was defining as alluvional society. Alluvional society meant, in the thinking of Romero, meant a society which was an incoherent amalgam of different elements, which brought with them their different traditions and practices of, for example, cooking, of eating. It's very different to share a meal with a Sicilian or with a Trentino immigrated in Argentina. And so this richness of national and regional tradition made up the fragmented, so to say, practices which were behind this layer of formal unifying liturgies and institutions. And the experience of industry, the experience of war was not enough to create, say an amalgam between these different practices. And so a big gap existed and remained between formal and practical elements making up the Argentinian nation. And we are still in this dilemma in Argentina between a terrible richness in memories, in traditions, in national habits, and a difficulty in finding some cohesive elements to get along together in a political way.
No, è la conferenza della Chiara, ma stavo vedendo past and present migration patterns.
Thank you very much, Lorenza, for a brilliant speech. Now we start for the workshop. So I remember that every
Vederla, sì.
20 minutes, and we have the pre and after we have the discussion. So now I invite Chiara Caselli, the first one, and I hope that I have no problem. So Capelli, sorry. I have no problem to change for technical here. And, okay. So. And,
can you help me?
Okay, so I will for this. So sorry for this problem. So don't worry, you don't see me no more, okay? And so
Neither
here
me.
and one moment.
No, no, vai. No, devo sentire la Chiara che è in convegno. In inglese lo fa.
Potete spegnere i microfoni? Can you close?
Sorry, you have a problem technical.
Yeah. Vediamo dopo, grazie.
Potete chiudere i microfoni, chi sta ascoltando?
So, sorry for this inconvenience, but this is due to the fact that we use Zoom, and so my actual work is to change the slide. Okay, so
He's my assistant.
Okay, and Chiara can start. Chiara presents a note about past and present migration challenges. No, this is another title. It's the research.
Can you?
Oh, it's not the correct.
No, it's the right one, but the second. Okay, this. Can you go on?
Non gira.
Non gira. Okay.
Oh, okay. So this is dell'acqua. So for me it's very different. Nuove imprese per il nuovo mondo, l'avventura di Enrico Dell'Acqua in Italian language, and in English language is the adventure of visionary businessman, the adventure of Enrico Dell'Acqua.
Thank you, Paolo, and thanks everybody. Thanks first of all to Francesca Fauri for having invited me in this important meeting, and I'm very glad to introduce you the adventure of a visionary businessman. We were talking about the future and he was really a visionary man. Enrico Dell'Acqua was born in 1851 and grew up in Busto Arsizio, that is a place very close to Milano. And his parents had a textile company, as many in our northern Italy. And when he was 20, his father died, and he started working in his small family business. But he had a great, and I'm sorry, I cannot speak because I hear voices down. Okay, I'm sorry. Italy, was united, diciamo, we can say politically, but not economically.
Avete spento il microfono?
English, from England and from French. And this was something that Enrico didn't want to accept. He said, why shouldn't I sell my fabrics to Italian people that are living south? So he decided to instruct his agent, and he said, okay, you just go, and the word was, whatever you see, a bell tower. So you have to go there. And he succeeded, because they went there, even if our fabrics were not so good as the English one, because for instance, we didn't have an advanced chemistry. We didn't have the same industry of England, of Germany, but he was a great seller. So he could succeed in convincing people of the South buying buying Italian products. What is really interesting is that this Italian attempt was the base for his future. In fact, during the Great Depression in Italy, there have been great migrations abroad. Millions of Italians went abroad, and the thought in Dell'Acqua's mind was, what can I do to reach immigrants? Because the English motto, the trade follows the flag, could not be applied to Italians, because we didn't have colonies, we didn't have special relationship abroad. So he had a great intuition. He said, okay, I will follow the flow of the immigrants. And then started his research. And he saw he couldn't go in Europe or in Northern Africa or in Asia, neither in the north of the United States. In fact, his father and his grandfather in the 60s of the 19th century tried to go to the United States, but they came back with a failure, because Italians there didn't have enough money
Lo stesso numero
to reach.
93620, però scritto da lui.
Okay. Can you stop? No change. Sorry. Okay. And now I was just saying that he couldn't go to the northern because Italians there didn't have enough money to support his industry. And then he studied with he studied statistics, and he saw that in Argentina, in the second half of the 19th century, there were 4 million people, and 1.5 were Italians. So he wanted to know what kind of life they had there, and he sent, with a brilliant intuition, a questionnaire to the post office to know how was the life there, and what kind of job they had, and what kind of life they had there. Because if they were rich enough, he could go with his go through with his dream. And answers came back, and he knew that there were many lawyers, many engineers, many architects, there were insurance, there were banks, and he said, okay, we can go. He had been really brave, because it was totally unknown. And he decided to leave in 1887 from Genova, and he went to Buenos Aires. He had some money lenders, of course, because without investors, he couldn't do anything. And he went with his agents, the same that went in southern Italy. And he said, let's go. He said that, let's go. And he brought some fabrics, some manufactories that were produced in Alto Milanese. So he arrived there in Buenos Aires, and he started selling, of course, Italian products, but also he opened a production company where people coming from Italy could work. And he was special because at the end of the 19th century, more than 2,000 people worked for him between Italy and Argentina, but also Brazil and other places. This is another big project. You have to know that life is not plain. He had many companies because he keep on fighting with the sponsors because they wanted to gain business profits, but he didn't want to give them business profits. He wanted always to invest to change the way of poor people were living there. He wanted to change this. He wanted poor people to live good. So not only in Argentina, but also he wanted the poor people from Italy to come to Argentina and to live in his little wood sale. Please. This Casa dell'Acqua is a sort of, we can say nowadays, franchising, because he created this Casa dell'Acqua and he asked the Italian people to come to Argentina, and he said, I give you the startup, so I give you the place, I give you my fabrics, you can live up the upstairs, and then you can work, you can start work. But after, of course, you buy your fabrics by my company. So he wanted to create something that was unusual. He wanted these people to be independent, but in sort of a way linked one to each other. Can you change? Thank you. In 1906, he succeeded in opening 28 small warehouses spread across Argentina, like small energies in action, as he said. We are small energies in action. We don't have big store like in England or in Paris. We have small stores, but spread in the territory. So the wellness that we were talking about yesterday was granted thanks to this idea, and he really convinced Italians to emigrate with their family to live in Argentina a better life. Thank you. So this is one of his logo, the last one, and it's fantastic. I love it because the name is Alba Nueva, and okay, it is a new sunrise for his business. The last company was called the Italian-American Export Company, and he had its headquarters in Fort Bonaparte in Milano, and the branches in Buenos Aires, Sao Paulo, and Valparaiso too. And we say, why also in Sao Paulo, also in Valparaiso? First of all, because in São Paulo, he was the first that opened manufactured textile fabric. Thank you. In 1892, I always say that after Cristoforo Colombo, in 1892, Enrico dell'Acqua opened something incredible, and he found this little lake, and he didn't have investors for this idea, because nobody believed in him, even if he had proved his capacity, but he didn't stop, and he sold products of Carlo Erba and Fernet Branca in Argentina to gain enough money to open his manufacturing fabrics in Brazil. That nowadays still exists not as a fabric, but as a cultural center of Italian and Brazilian culture, and it's called Brasital. It is in San Roque, that is very close to São Paulo. Then we talked about Valparaiso. This is something that is typical of Enrico dell'Acqua. He went across the ocean 50 times, and the trip was very long, 2 months. And during this month, he was a man that wrote many things, and this is one of his projects. So he had really the trade in Argentina, in Brazil, but also tried in Paraguay, in Chile, in Ecuador, in Uruguay, in Peru, and Colombia. He wanted to create in his mind a great commercial house, not only for textile products, but for all the products coming from Italy. In fact, he imports also, fabrics in cotton, hemp, silk, but also bustier, umbrellas, wines, and spirits. But the Italian state didn't support him. In Valparaiso, in Chile, he saw all this cargo coming from Panama, and this cargo were English, and they carried goods and people, and he said, why not we? But why we have big cargo in Italy? So he said to the Italian state, please come here with the cargo that are in the harbor. Come here, and we can have another business. But nobody was able to understand his vision. I think he was really a visionary, so not easy to understand. So this is a quote by Luigi Einaudi, because he discovered Enrico in 1898 during the exposition, national exposition in Turin, where there were goods produced in Italy, but also there was a pavilion dedicated to the Italians that were working abroad. And Luigi Einaudi was surprised by Enrico dell'Acqua, and Enrico received also a diploma of honor and the gold medal by the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. That was the right name. And he discovered him, and he wrote the first book about Enrico, that is Il Principe Mercante, that means merchant prince. And I would like to read you this quote because it's fantastic. I chose Enrico dell'Acqua as the subject of my studies, not only because he is the typical incarnation of the merchant prince, but also because he's a singular example of the organization of capital and man, because he wanted really the wellness of his workers. And this is a quote by Enrico. This is Enrico, this is his signature. He said, a commercial house, according to my principles, represents a family whose members are all in solidarity with each other, all intending for the well-being of the house that they represent. We are several independent energies that form a single force. Enrico died in 1910 in Milano after completing his 50th crossing of the ocean. In Costa Rica, there is still an equestrian statue in his honor, and he is buried in Cimitero Monumentale in Milano, in Famedio, where only great character rests. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chiara.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chiara, for this brilliant speech. So prepare your question for the end, okay? And now I call Paolo Galassi, okay? So I hope that
il primo a sinistra.
Ok.
Posso vedere io? Non ho toccato nessuno. L'abbiamo?
No.
Non è un'epoca in cui...
È questo. So, it's not yours.
Questo?
Here, every people change the type. Okay. One more, sorry. Perfect. It's okay. So, thank you very much. Welcome, Paolo. Paolo presents his research about science, technique, ideas, Italian immigration, and the construction of the modern Argentina. Thank you very much. You can start. You have 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Francesca, for inviting me. And if Lorenza started apologizing for her English, I think that I will do the same, because my official reason is that I'm very lazy with English, because we don't speak it in Argentina. And my mother was an English teacher, so I bring her yesterday here, and I push her to stay home today, so she won't have to listen her beloved son talking in this way. So the good news is that my technological and informatic skills are very bad, even worse. So my PowerPoint will be some quite awful without any images, and so well, I will start. And so it's okay. The title is Science, Technique, Ideas, Italian Immigration in the Construction of Modern Argentina. I wanted to, in my exposition, I wanted to refer to our investigation of the past year, the investigation that led to this exposition that you can find outside, about the heritage of Italian companies and entrepreneurs in Argentina. And my idea was that if we can observe now, still today in Argentina, a very big building like this, we should investigate the base of that building, the net, the ground that the immigrant found when they arrived in Argentina, and the reason that are beside this strong link that we can still observe between Italy and Argentina. And I didn't talk with Lorenza in these days about what we talked today, and I was very happy yesterday listening to her in her speech, and today listening to her keynote speech, that I understand that I will make several references to some dichotomies, some cleavages that she talked about, and that we can still observe in Argentina, because they are fundamental to understand that period, which is the period of the consolidation of the state-nation of Argentina and the period of the modernization of the state-nation that we can observe between the end of the 18th century and the beginning, the first decades of the 20th century. My interest was observe the early influx of Italian scientists and thinkers in Argentina, and I think that we can consider it a part of the process of consolidation and modernization of Argentine state-nation. And I think that the interesting part is that we can observe that migration in this period is put at the service of the construction of the modern state, and in a particular way, the science, technology, and education at the service and the modernizing process. Okay, when we talk about scientific migration, we talk about a migratory dynamic characterized by its own specificity, something like autonomous within the broader study of the migratory dynamics between Italy and Argentina. And is a phenomenon fostered by the civilian aspiration implied in the stage of the Argentine national organization, roughly between 1852 and 1880, and functional to the economic and cultural westernization pursued by the Argentine political elites of the so-called generation of 80s. And this means a fundamental impulse for the affirmation of Argentine scientific culture at the end of the 19th century, the beginning of a scientific intellectual interchange between Italy and Argentina that we can observe in the next century. And it's important to point out that we are observing now an interchange, a dialogue between a European periphery, which is in process of consolidation, and the American periphery, which is beginning to bind itself with the world economy. And this brings us to think that migration not only are a movement of people and goods, but movement of ideas. This is quite obvious, but it's also important to point out. And when we talk about the Organización Nacional, the national organization of Argentina between 1852 and 1880, we have to talk about the Constitution of Argentine Republic, wrote or published in the 1853. Of course, Lorenza already referred to this issue yesterday, and one of the problems that she pointed out yesterday was that one of the most immediate goals of this constitution was to foment European immigration. Why? To populate, which was what was the main goal of Juan Bautista Alberti, was to populate this desert. Gobernar es popular, was his sentence, his favorite sentence. Okay, how we can populate this land by granting to all new foreigners the civil rights of the Argentine citizens. So it's useful to remember some articles, the Article 14. It's not necessarily that I can read it, but the aim was to grant to the foreigners the same civil rights of the Argentinian people. And okay, one thing that I find very interesting is that in 1853 we can read this kind of constitution which try to foment the immigration from Europe, and 50 years after, in 1902, we can find the residence law, which admitted the deportation of foreigners considered undesirable, which primarily included union militants. And this was a symptom of a high social conflict associated with the socialist and anarchist currents that arrived with European migratory flows. and in conflict with the policies of the so-called conservative order. So in only 50 years, we can observe a radical change in the way in which the immigration from Europe is observed and considered. And this conservative order is a key period in Argentine history, roughly between 1880 and well, the First World War, more or less, characterized by extreme prosperity in which political power and economic power overlap and converge in the hands of a small social nucleus identified by the name of oligarchy. And when we talk about the circulation of ideas between Europe and America, it's useful to remember the exile of the Risorgimento activities to Brazil, Uruguay, and Argentina during the pre-unification era. Yesterday, when Lorenza spoke, it was interesting to know that when the Republic of Argentina is publishing her constitution in 1853, Italy wasn't a republic. So it's always interesting to put these timelines together to see which are the different stages of our country. And this is important to remember about the exile of the Risorgimento activities because they influence the so-called Generation of 37, from which the leading Argentine statesmen and writers during the period of the national organization hailed and they borrow heavily from the ideas of, for example, Giuseppe Mazzini and Giovanni Italia. And in that Generation of 37, we can find the statesmen like Alberti, like Sarmiento, that heavily discussed in the second half of the 19th century the way to populate and to govern the Republic of Argentina. Okay, just to have an idea, when we talk about the exile of Risorgimento activists or militants in Uruguay and Argentina, we talk about people like Giovanni Battista Cuneo, Giuseppe Garibaldi, people that are still can still find in the history of some mutual aid association in Argentina, just to have an idea about the period and the spirit of that time. See. And the part that I found interesting in this argument, it was that the Risorgimento, the exile of the Risorgimento activities in Rio de la Plata region worked as a cultural transfer between foreigners exiled in Montevideo and then in Buenos Aires, and they succeed in building a sort of cultural transnationalism that produces a fundamental impact in all the Republican movement in the Plata region. Before Lorenzo addresses to the concept of republic, the concept of nation, so this influx of militants, of Republican militants from Italy to Rio de la Plata has a very deep impact in the formation in the formation of some Republican movement in this region in South America. One of the consequences of the construction of this Italian identity in the region was the birth of many mutual and aid societies, such as Unione Benevolenza, and they had a crucial role in bestowing a sense of identity in both settled immigration and with the new arrivals. And we can observe in this moment a progressive integration between migrant community institution and state building efforts in Argentina and, of course, Uruguay, which is very small. And one of the examples of this these activities were the healthcare of immigrant communities and the active role in development of a public health sector. For example, in Buenos Aires, we can find the birth of the Italian hospital. And it's interesting to point out in which year this this institution is born. 1872 is the year of the worst yellow fever epidemic in Buenos Aires, which kills about 30,000 people. Why this is important to us to point out this year and this moment? Because we can find here the dilemma. I like the word dilemma. I heard Lorenzo said before dilemma, and I found like a very tragic word. Because Buenos Aires converts itself in the scene of the tension between the imagined city and the still expanding, untidy, under-industrialized city, unable to contain and manage a continuing population growth, plagued by a chronic lack of housing and infrastructure. And so we have a conflict, a cleavage between what was the idea of the modern country that Alberti and Sarmiento tried to develop, and the problem that this big country in this moment can't absorb all this enormous influx of immigrants. There's a problem to manage with this alluvial society that we mentioned before. One of the dichotomy that we can find in this period is the classic civilization with versus barbarism. There's a strong willing of westernization. There's a need to populate this desert, which is not a desert. They call it desert because there aren't white people there, but there are indigenous people. And in this willing of progress, order, future, it prevailed the Anglo-Saxon political thought and social Darwinism over the influences of the Romantic currents and the influence of the utopian socialism that arrived in the first half of the century. And in this period, from 1880 till the First World War, more or less, we enter in the moment of most economic expansion of Argentina. And again, they need to make the desert productive, and they insert in a logical in a system of center and periphery pattern, where peripheries like Argentina start to produce raw materials and importing foreign manufactured goods and foreign capitals. And this is the moment of the model the agro-exportation model that made Argentina one of the strongest, but one of the richest economy in that moment at the world, but at the same time very vulnerable to the in the stability of the world markets. And okay, the problem that I was trying to point it out that Buenos Aires in this moment is sort of very interesting chaos. It becomes a privileged sample of the expected, unforeseen, and often contradictory effects of the organizational plan. A theater that shows an often a crude and dramatic way of the most characteristic social conflicts. In this time, we can see the birth of the Argentinian sociability. The idea is the total purpose of fomenting the study of mathematical, physical, natural sciences, and the related application, just to modernize this country. And in this moment, we can find the principal influx of Italian scientists and engineers in Argentina. One of them we can find him in the exposition outside. It's Emilio Rossetti from Forlì. Is one of the many scientists that came to Argentina in this period. Is the time that we can find scientific expeditions all over the country, lots of railways feasibility studies, because the railways and train is maybe the symbol of the modern times, that with whom we can connect Buenos Aires with all the far places of the country. There are water engineering study for irrigation and sanitization, and all these scientists that we can find here: Cesare Cipolletti, Clemente Onelli, Giovanni Pelleschi, Guido Recobacci, Paramorino, Strobel, Speluzzi, Rossetti. Well, they start to a sort of dialogue, an academic interchange between Argentina and Italy in this time, and the effects of their study, their works in Argentina are the base. 5 minutes are the base of the technological development of some industries, some sectors of Argentina economy that we can still find today. For example, the wine industry, or the fruit tree and wine cultivation in Patagonia and Rio Negro in the south of the country. And when I'm almost finished. One thing that I like to point out in this moment is that the influence of Italian positivism in Argentina. Why? Because while it's true that in Argentina the second generation immigrants have often attained prominent position in politics, journalism, and academia, fostering interchange and cultural dialogue with the peninsula. In the public squares, factory, prison, and hospital, Italian and Argentine scientists and politicians are confronted with a humanity that is in some ways very similar. We have a metropolis that is a very complex world, and in this context, the Italian version of positivism prevails because it's easier to follow for the Argentine scientists, and is produced in a context culturally and socially similar to that we encounter overseas, and in a certain way gives to the scientists, to the Argentine scientists, a lot of skills and instruments to understand this new and complex society. This is the time, the beginning of the 19th century, in which immigration is connected with crime and racism. We can find some famous crime cases like Cayetano Santagodino, the big ear midget. Is the moment in which every social problem has a foreigner responsible. The Jews, which are called Russos from Russia, the Italian, the Spanish, Uruguayan, every social problem has a foreign responsible. Is this the time that we can find the building, we can observe the building of that incredible place that exists, the prison of Ushuaia in Tierra del Fuego. So in this moment, we can observe a sort of paradox of the criminal anthropology in Argentina. Why? Because those same theories that from Cesare Lombroso
lei sa che lei ha scritto il libro dell'acqua
from Europe and discriminate against natives and mestizos.
L'hanno chiamata a questa conferenza.
Now contain postulates that are now usable toward the newcomers, and
Devi? Andiamo prima su.
Okay. Concluding this difficult exposition. No, my aim was to focus on the early insertion of Italian scientists and thinkers in the Argentina modernized process. And I wanted to point it out, a dynamic fostered by the civilizing aspiration of the stage of the so-called national organization in Argentina. And pointed out that it was a fundamental impulse to development of Argentine scientific culture, and that this is a moment that inaugurated a scientific cultural interchange between Europe and America and Italy, Argentina, an interchange that we can still observe well, today, because we are here today. And this made me think about some possible perspective of future studies about maybe reconsider the history and development of international relations between our country, from the study of early scientific migration, assume the transcendence of the flow of knowledge, of transatlantic knowledge between Italy and Argentina, reconstruct the relation between Italian and Argentine scientists and thinkers, reconstruct the passage of Italian scientists and engineers on Argentine soil, and the importance of the works and the studies that played a fundamental role in the reorganization of productive space and the modernization of technologization of certain agricultural and industrial sectors. And maybe also to recover the Italian roots of Argentine positivism and their influence in the field of criminology, eugenics, and social medicine in the late 19th century and early 18th century. And also to investigate the Italian influence in development of Argentine scientific sociability, because most of these institutions that I mentioned, Scientific Society, Paleontological Society, Geographical Institute, they still exist in Buenos Aires, and they have a lot of programs, a lot of grants that are named with the name of these pioneers of exploration in Argentina, such as Strobel or Beluzzi or Rossetti. This was it.
So, thank you very much, Paolo. And I remember you, but you have to prepare a question for him. And now I call Valerio Varini for the last. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Valerio, yours is. Okay.
No, volevo vedere ancora quale intervento in vuoto.
One moment for every time technical problem. Due my problem.
No.
No. Sorry, and now I left Professor Varini to continue here. I don't know if you have a comment. So you prefer stay here?
No, così lo leggo qua, se no lo
Okay,
leggo
okay, no problem.
Okay. Good day. I prefer read my speech because it's so more organic and I don't lost my path. Freelance and business moving to foreign markets, the creation of Italian market knowledge abroad. Traveling is an alternative way for lifelong practice science antiquity. It's crept into the most inhospitable lands to the point of
No.
Okay. The globalization of the late 19th century picked up and amplified its legacy, opening up a veritable exodus of Italian immigration, a phenomenon that is strongly intertwined with the destiny of setting and resetting society of Italy and specifically in this contribution of Argentina. Migration reveals and produces innumerable questions, but only a few will be investigated. The choice to observe the birth of a business community allows us to address some intriguing issues. Topics such as the formation of Italian multinationals and their relevance in the international context, or the composition of migrant workers and their contribution of skills in receiving company, find fruitful answers in Martini Rossi's study. A necessary promise is to thanks to Mr. Martini Rossi archivist, Anna Scudellari and Lorenzo Manetto. Without their cooperation and passion, I would not have been able to delve into the history. To them, I owe the search for sources and then selection for documents. The study focused on the initial period of the company establishment in Argentina from 1877 to 1888. The correspondence between the parent company in the Argentine branch notes the multiplicity of relations between the two oceanic shores. Economic uses and human relations alternate in a composition where the projection of the future draws in the roots of the regions. Passione, offer aspect Turin, and Buenos Aires are the reflection of two worlds in mutual deep change. Within these coordinates, space and time, we are going to order in the chronology of events some historiographical notes of particular relevance. For clarity of presentation, the region of Argentine settlement, personal selection, the network of development people, the network of development goods. Conclusion. The origin of Argentine settlement. Forward. Martini and Rossi was founded in Turin in July 1863 under the name Martini Solan Company. With the help of one of the founders, the expert liquorist Luigi Rossi, the production site was moved to Passione along the Turin-Asti-Genoa railway line, while the company name became Martini Rossi in 1879. The protagonists of the adventure in Argentina have well-defined connections. They are linked by close family ties. The agent for the overseas lending is Andrea Barberis, a relative of the shareholder family Rossi. In a first letter in December 1883, Barberis evaluated the economic opportunity of a direct presence. Buenos Aires is a very attractive for the immense turnover that bodes well for the opening of the branch. Furthermore, business Buenos Aires is similar to Turin. Barberis dwells on the market for Italian wines, empty bottles, import rights for vermouth, sugar, spirit, raw materials, lithographs to produce labels and signs, necessary labor. In the following letter, Barberis formalized some proposal to build in the Martini Rossi factory in Buenos Aires, consisted of housing, warehouse, workshop, packaging, rainwater system, etc. Success came as predicted by Barberis, so much so that already in January 1885, Mr. Tagliacuzzi arrived after 60 days of travel to assist his friend Adriano Barberis. The Buenos Aires headquarters is beautiful. The species and air promise are not to be invited by those of Impressione. Significant is the transformation from commercial headquarters to manufacturing company. Evidence of the success can be found in the local press and in the awards obtained in Argentina replies as economic promotion format, such as the Exposa, which reward producers with the customary medals. The relationship between the two units is also significant. The parent company is requesting precise information on the plane of the employees, workers, and the attribution of each and what their salary was, emphasizing the duplicity of the relationship, supported by the fiduciary bond with Mr. Barberis and by the, as far as relatively possible, adherence to the central directives, trust, and hierarchy. Having verified the positive response of the local market, the company's strategy aimed to establish its own brand. The preference given to brand and not to generative products did not imply a mere restriction of the product boundaries, but rather a profitable exploitation of its own structures, which is the stipulation of exclusive agreements with other producers, duly branded and complementary to those of Martini Rossi. The branch had quietly arrived at the organizational structure according to the clear distinction of business function entrusted to pensiones, trustees with Barbaris, and the rule of director, supported by Tagliacozzi brothers, Umberto and Erasmo. Each function was staffed with qualified personnel to carry out distinct tasks, such as retail or wholesale sales, with 2 respective staff members, individual bosses, to manage the factory staff. The workforce was completed by a community of workers with a total of 46 employees. The composition of the workforce needed a suitable glue, and in memory of the famous Bancas in Pensione served to sow seeds of this custom of family reunions intended to reward workers for their labors as business was going well. Festive ceremonies, but still business occasions, given the parties served excellent advertisement, and what is more satisfying is that on the same day we saw 25 and 100 cases of Vermouth, 100 cases of Vermouth, Chinato, and 50 Fernet. Reading the analytical correspondence and reveals the links between the units, having reaffirmed the goal, namely by the productive and commercial growth of the company in its economic indivisibility, the constituent factors were largely confirmed. The Argentina managers, Barberis and Tagliacozzi, appealed to the esteem and trust placed in us will not make us commit acts that are less than reasonable and credible. We need this esteem and trust more now than ever, because it seems to us that it would be wrong to let slip this beneficial combination of a new country called to progress due to increase in population as a result of the great immigration. The parent company, although apprehensive about the size of the investment for a new headquarters, ordered to the proposal, relying on its emissary. You who are local, so without giving you the refusal, we strongly recommend you to think well about what you do. In short, the fiduciary bond ceded to the institutional relation between the Mr. Martini and Rossi units to the extent of authorizing the establishment of a new production plant. Well, while an office was set up in the central Buenos Aires with a warehouse of goods to carry out the dual function of commercial headquarters and warehouse for the capital consumption, which was estimated to be equal to the consumption of the city of Turin. Personal selection. Having outlined the framework of the company, the focus is on the staff working in Argentine office. Andrea Barberis, as mentioned above, was the son of Francesco, brother of the Mariana, wife of shareholder Luigi Rossi, and therefore a member of the family that shared ownership of the company. Barberis appeared as early as 1877 as a commercial agent in charge of Italian market, skills that qualified him as the right man to assess the potential of the overseas market. Barberis landed in Uruguay on the 3rd December 1883, so to leave for his final destination, Buenos Aires. Once the paperwork was completed, our first employees arrived directly from the parent company. On the 6th January 1885, Umberto Tagliacozzi arrived. The first nucleus of the Martini Rossi community has been formed, and they were joined by family, Barberis' wife, so the oceanic journey were intervened with emotional ceremony, such as wedding and honeymoons. Other relatives entered the network of relationships, such as Ettore Barberis, Andrea's brother. A few years later, the workforce marked the presence of Erasmo Tagliacozzi, production manager, chose completing a management team formed in parent company and made cohesive but closely ties. Community cohesion that was enriched by personnel from Turin and their family. Two constitutive factors are chosen noted: family and professional skills become the identity coordinate of the Martini Rossi migrants. Not less a powerful argument sailed the union, the Baiocchi profits due to Barberis, Tagliacozzi, and the Martini Rossi company established in Buenos Aires. The network of people. Expanding range of relations beyond the business community, the correspondence with Argentina reveals the ramification of the Italian presence in Buenos Aires. where recommendations sent by headquarters give order to the migration phenomenon. In the period from February to July 1888, 12 persons, all male, were reported, of whom only one was unemployed, while the other 11 had a well-defined qualification. 4 concerned manual trades, coffee maker, goldsmith, gunsmith, carpenter, while the others were liberal professionals, insurer, accountant, doctor, lawyer, shopkeeper. Even more useful are the reported reflections on the subject of immigrants without a trade. Barbaries tell stories how the unskilled struggle to find bread, while on the contrary, industrial skills are much more appreciated. The case of Mr. Maestrale Giuseppe, who moved to Argentina with the aim of setting us up a factory of velocipiedi, bikes, and sewing machines, whose production is highly esteemed in Italy and does not fair competition from large foreign factories, appears exemplary. Appreciation that goes as far as granting small loans that suggest how intense of the ties between immigrants were and clarify the advantage of being part of a community in the making. Opportunity, even in terms of intelligence, as in the case of missing immigrants, to be so throughout Martini Rossi business network. Goods. In addition to human beings, goods also participate in the flow for trade. Accompanied by honeymoon of the Barbados couple, where 1,150 kilos of the trousseau completed with gas cooker, sewing machine. This further confirms the opportunity for Italian manufacturers to export products for their fellow citizens abroad. Even more so, the commercial network lent itself to being profitably exploited for the entire range of made in Italy products. Martini Rossi went beyond the borders of Italian to sell the products of the Società Lavorazione Canapa di Lugo, and there was also primordial market research to assess the receptiveness of important products that were very well known at home for the Italian Argentine market. Conclusion. The case analyzed offers significant insights that allow for a critical reading of historiography. To begin with, Martini Rossi became a multinational enterprise at the same time as the main European cases. The choice stemmed from the desire to derive profitable sales behind the national markets, but not in a gradual evolution, but in the search for the optional dimension to be able to assert itself as a distinctive brand in the offer of alcoholic beverage. This goal was achieved by competing with other international brands within our horizon market only by the incipient globalization of the late 19th century. A strategic aim to require a capillary presence in the nerve centers of the consumption to be achieved throughout dedicated human settlements. The immigration of the family members, as the Argentina case shows, is the founding factor of the success achieved. The Martini Rossi community outlines a kind of discipline of immigration based on ties of belonging which extended to the different degrees, from the business community to the ethic community in Buenos Aires. This phase has invited in systematic professional relationship and through the thread of recommendation came to join the hands of the migratory journey. To what extent this network has served to accommodate the mass of the migrants remains to be investigated, but it is important, is evident from the case analyzed. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Valeria, for your speech. And now we can start with your questions, okay? And I give you some minutes to think. So I take profit for a brief comments about the three papers. And I noted that three papers are, I can divide it in two types. So you have two papers, the papers dedicated to Martini Rossi and Dell'Acqua. Then when you have the history of winning self-made men. So people that wanted to increase their market, the dimension of their enterprises, and they win, and they they went to Argentina in the case of Dell'Acqua. We noted also that he extended his position not only in Argentina but in other South American countries. And we noted also the diversification of goods, of products. And also the idea that normally is studied for Italian migration, that is the idea that you want to increase your market and you want to favor immigration in that country because Italian migrants normally bought Italian products. So you have this explanation. And it's very important, I noted also in both of the cases, the idea to improve not only the quality of goods, but also to create a strong selection of people working in their enterprises. That is the idea that I have to improve the quality of my goods, of my products, but also the professional skills of the people working with me, working with this self-made men. So you have the history of winners. If you analyze the relation of Paolo Galassi, you noted others. It's evident also in this case you have the history of winners, people who were able to influence the history of Argentina, the history of science in Argentina, the Argentinian know-how. But we also can read the history of losers. That is people that have a problem during the economic growth. Okay, so you understand, for example, when you have people that noted the problem concerning the economic growth and moreover the colonization of the southern regions of Argentina, that is Pampa and Patagonia, and also the division between anarchist and socialist idea and the other idea, in particular idea connected to positivism, and so a strong selection of immigrants. So if you have a good results, this means that you are able. If you have not these results, it's your responsibility. It's not a social responsibility. So, and for me, this is very interesting. And I noted that this is the only session in this workshop strongly dedicated to Argentina, because in the rest of the morning, in the afternoon and tomorrow, we have migrants in all the world. This was Argentinian cases. So I explain why I wanted that Valerio change his position in this morning. So, waiting for your questions, I prepare one question for everyone. So I pray to bring notes because you come here to answer for people. So it's very interesting for me. I desire many explanations about the idea that Dell'Acqua was not, he did not receive answer by Italian government when he proposed to improve migration, to improve the use of Italian boats, to improve the number of goods and people arriving in South America, because I simply studied the case of wine, and for the wine in Argentina, Italian government created the enotechnic station to improve the wine market. Okay, and so for me it's strange that people calling for improve Italian markets in Argentina or in general in South America remain without a correct answer. So for me, it's very interesting for this. For Paolo, there are really two questions you have to be able to reduce in one when you answer. So the idea that Argentina welfare states start with the example of Italian mutual aid societies, because if you, when you explain, I think to Italian cases, in Italian cases, you have a welfare state only after the First World War. And the example of Italian mutual aid societies was followed by Duce only because he noted that if you organize these types of societies, you have more votes, more support of public opinions in the low classes. And so I want to know something more about this evolution, and this is strongly related to the evolution of art science, in this case concerning the study about medical care in general. And finally, for Valerio, this idea that I create a society at the start with my family. In this case, it's not a self-made man, but a self-made man, a lot of family. And so if you want, as I cut the time was reduced, to explain, if you want, the organization for the labor, if they prepare the next generation, because this is very interesting, because first generation are Italian, the second generation, if they remain, are Italian, Argentinian, and after they become Argentinian people. And I invite people that want to make some questions to come here, and I invite speakers to prepare. We have a lot of time, so yes. When you finish, all the three, they sit down here.
Okay, I have a question which is more or less the same one for the two business history cases, let's say, the winning business histories of Dell'Acqua and Martini and Rossi. What I was wondering is, they are two very interesting cases. They were able to build a very interesting structure for not only exporting, but producing their goods and selling them in Argentina. But I think the structure differed, because in one case, I mean, you didn't say much about the future of these two cases. But in the case of Martini and Rossi, as Valerio was saying, they were really able to build a multinational enterprise that was able to survive throughout the years and keep the Argentinian market as a very important market. While in the case of Dell'Acqua, which we saw, it started about over the same years. I think that after his death, everything was lost, more or less, of what he built in Argentina. So I was wondering, what do you think that, what was the reason for this? I mean, of course, maybe the reason was that Martini Rossi was much more structured in Italy and was able to, consider Argentina as, yes, a very important market, but one of the markets. While in the case of Dell'Acqua, maybe after a while, I don't know, maybe Argentina was a very important market, but then it lost ground in Italy. I don't know. So I was wondering what happened after. I mean, something that you haven't said actually in your paper, but I was wondering what is the difference between these two stories in maybe more recent time. Then. Thank you.
There are other questions now? Don't you shy. Okay, Lorenza?
Yes. There were really three very, very inspiring inspiring stories, were two stories and one attempt to analyze these stories. My curiosity, one of my many, I would just start to one. I think Paolo could try to answer, but the other two speakers too. Paolo was speaking about a special period, the 1880, 1910 or 19 something, where there is a sort of stabilization of conservative order, and he spoke about an oligarchy which takes in its hands political and economic power. But I was wondering, at this very time, there are many of these stories going on, these stories of Italian or foreigners, investors coming to Argentina and making their good fortune. So I was wondering, what is the relation between these people coming from abroad and the oligarchy you are speaking about? Because when we hear the term oligarchy in Argentina history, we think about this agropecuario word, this old 19th century word made up of either illustrated liberals or conservative people from that word. And what is the connection? What is the political connection also? For example, of Martine Rossi family or the Lacqua family and the political elite? Where do they meet? How do they cope with each other?
Thank you, Lorenza. So, please. So, a question with laptop. So,
Yeah, no,
this is a very important question.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's quite a general question, and it's a question which I wonder if people might help my Argentinian student, Aggie, who's doing some research with me at SOAS at the moment, on weather dependency theory, which is a great theory of Latin America, whether it still is the reason why Argentina has not developed as well as it could.
Slow, because here there's a people that is not so good to understand your perfect English. So you have to speak slow, because it's for me a problem. It's for me and my colleague are fantastic speaking English, but for me it's a problem. So
I feel guilty of linguistic imperialism. So my question is for Aggie, for Agustina. When I listened to all these presentations, they were great and really amazing, and it showed, and Francesca's work as well, the high level of human capital, technical capacity of Argentina, the Italian migrants and all the others, engineering, maritime, fantastic capacity. But it has not translated into it being a massive manufacturing and high-tech country. And the reason I got my laptop is because Aggie, Agustina and I were looking. Argentina's main exports are soybean meal, corn, soybean oil, and wheat. And those are massive. After that, there's a huge drop, nothing else. So when I listened to these presentations, I thought, God, why? There's all this engineering and skills, and why is that what they produce? Because I teach development studies, and in other countries, they just don't have the technical capacity, sadly. They don't have the human capital, they don't have that level, but Argentina does have that level. So I just wondered, after hearing these really inspiring presentations about great people, why? Why have they not translated what skills and abilities they've got? That's all, sorry.
Thank you very much. It's my problem, not your problem. So, other people, or I invite the three speakers here. You have 10 minutes to answer, everyone, not 10 minutes. Come, all the three, okay? Please. So, you can start, you can see here, and I change with camera. So when Valerio answers, you change with Paolo, okay?
Okay. So, answering about your first question, and it was about the fact that the Italian state didn't help Enrico dell'Acqua. This is an answer that I made myself, and I said, why? He was so visionary, he was so interesting. What happened? He received also a gold medal. So I said, they knew him. Why? I don't know, but the answer, I imagine, is that he was a free entrepreneur. He was a free thinker, and he didn't want to be linked by a strong relationship. He worked for Argentinian state, of course. He went to the Ministry of Defense in Argentina for the uniform and everything, but he didn't receive anything from the Italian state. And here at the end of my book, I have a little graphic about his companies. He opened and closed a company, as I said, because he had a difficult relationship with his investors. And he said, okay, you don't agree? Okay, goodbye. And then he closed his, yes. And he arrived to a crazy situation that the company that named Enrico dell'Acqua didn't belong to Enrico. That's why, because he was against the investors. So once was Enrico dell'Acqua exportation, and it was not more belonged to Enrico. And then he opened that famous society for exportation and then in the industry, that one of Alba Nueva. This is the reason I think that he didn't receive any state, because it was totally free. He didn't want to be bound. This is what I think. Then I answered the second one. Okay. Okay. What happened? Another answer. I found just because he died suddenly. He got a stroke in Milano, and he was 59. And what happened? I found just in stock exchange some information about dell'Acqua's companies till the 30s. I thought that during fascism, maybe Mussolini closed or didn't want to keep on this industry go on in Argentina. He didn't have, how can I say, inherits, okay? Because here in Italy, he had his family and he had 3 girls. And then I discovered that he had, of course, a family also in Argentina, where he had 2, of course, no, because, you know, I think what is really interesting in history is that you find a man. You find men. You don't find people that comes from the stars. Okay, they are men. So I said, you know, if you stay there.
My wife had some problem with your answer.
don't tell her, please don't tell her. But no, you know, I am a woman, and I said, how can you stay there 3-4 months without your family? Then 2 months. He was too brilliant, and okay.
My wife's problems increase.
No. But this was the last century, so it's not the problem of this century. Okay. No. So we don't know, because the boys were younger, very younger. Maybe they are little boys when he died, and he got married in Argentina, and his woman was a simple woman, did not belong to oligarchy. Okay, she was just a waiter, and he met her in a friend's house. So he saw her and he fell in love. And this is something that told me, his great nephew called me once, and I said, wow, caramba. I say, how could you find me? And he told me this beautiful story, but it's real life. And I guess that he didn't have his, I don't know, people around didn't continue this. And even in Italy, for Italy, he didn't have a manufacturer. So he just imported from Italy. There are many families in my territory that are still very rich. And this richness comes from that period. It's incredible. It's really incredible. And that's And okay, and for the last question about oligarchy, and I've already said that linked with politics. So he wrote also in a paper, I don't remember the name, but it's just like our Sole 24 Ore. He wrote in Argentina, he was well known. It was really a celebrity, very important. And he had a high level relationship. This is the only thing I know. In fact, I would like to know if he knew Rossi's family. Maybe yes, because they were Italian and they had their own community. And so I hope that I have answered.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Paolo? Sì, for you.
Thanks. Thanks for the question about mutual aid association, because we had a work some years ago with Lorenza in the archives of the mutual aid association to understand their birth. And I think that when we talk about a mutual aid association, we have to point out one thing. And we have to notice that while after the Second World War, the mutual aid association were distinguished by the regional origins of the immigration of the immigrants. So we can find association from Calabria, from Sicilia, from Piemonte, from Friuli, from Val d'Aosta, everywhere. In that period, in that very period, the period that even Italy wasn't born, and that period. The principal cleavage, the principal opposition was political between republic and monarchy, for example. So that was the pattern of that mutual aid association. They put the images of Mazzini and Garibaldi. So they went this mutual aid association and in a certain way could unite people from very different parts of that of the peninsula of Italy in those places, and so it was a way to stay in the place in the city, a way to receive immigrants, a way to integrate them, and as the Italian community grew up, it was important to stay in every important project that the community was building, was proposing, and the healthcare was the central point because of the situation that we described. I tried to describe before, of the chaos that was Buenos Aires. So, for example, in the board, the first board of the Italian hospital in Buenos Aires that still exists, we can find people from the current Republican Party, from the monarchy's party, people from the church. I mean, it was important to stay there because it was a political matter to stay there, a way to gain. I don't know if it's correct to say power, but a way to be visible on that stage. And it was political because well, maybe I can connect with the question of Lorenza. In that same period, there was a sort of critic discussion about the immigration, about Italian immigration in Buenos Aires, and for example, there was a very strong discussion about the Italian schools in Buenos Aires, where they were teaching Italian, and Domingo Faustino Sarmiento was not didn't agree with this with teaching Italian. They were trying to. There was a sort of criticism in the way that Italian immigrants still maintain this identity. So I think that when Lorenzo asked me what was the link between oligarchy and the new incomers, or where they could meet, if they could meet in some way. I think that there was a difference between the way in which this oligarchy could watch the common income and the common immigrant, the immigrant that came with the waves during the end of the century, and the way in that they could receive entrepreneurs or industrials or industrial men, company men, because they brought capital to Argentina. I mean, the oligarchy is something related, in my opinion, with the land in this period, and it was the fact that there was arriving people with the idea of industries, of enterprises, maybe could exist a sort of integration in this way with that oligarchy, and that was an oligarchy based on the possession of land in a certain way. And this has made me think about the question of Mark, I think. Mark asked about the question. The question of Mark was the question of that you can still hear when you sit in a bar talking with with a person of Buenos Aires. Why this country is not the power that used to be? We could be a great power, and we are not. Why? I think that this is related to the system of center and periphery in a certain way, because Argentina, well, in those periods, used to produce raw materials and import capitals and infrastructure mainly from England, for example. But I think that during the 20th century, we can find some examples of big companies and big names that we cannot ignore. I think about for example, the Itella Empire that produces almost everything, was one of them. I think maybe the biggest company in Latin America in the late 50s and the first 60s. They started producing, they started associating with the production of gasoline, and they produces electrodomestic motors or cars. I think that there were some big examples there are some big examples during the 20th century, and I think that the problem here is in this moment during the 20th century is the political story of Argentina, and the very little period of democracy that they had during this century, that maybe it represented maybe a problem for some economic or industrial development during the rest of the century, I think. But I like the question, because the question is a strictly Argentine question. It's very common to talking with other people and hear that big why. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Paolo. Now we change Valerio's place because he has some problem. So, Valerio.
About question, very schematic. My answer. First, why Martini Rossi had a long success, and instead the last, no, I don't know the specific case of the LACO, but I think it's a historiographic question. In the first case, Mira Wilkins wrote about the first step of a multinational was a freestanding company, England freestanding company, and they sell in the world every kind of goods, but not with brands. In the case of Martini, we have a brand before it became a company, and the success of the brand, like other brand, Italy in this case, Campari and other success brands. First, the first step. In the first step, the company affirm their brand in the world, and it's very interesting historiographic question, because in the historiographic Italian multinational enterprise, they are not in interesting case, but how we have read this morning, there are very interesting case, but not with the quantity of investment in the abroad, but case not with the capital investment, but with the knowledge man around the world. And this is a very interesting case of a multinational case. We have to study the knowledge, not only the capital, to have a real knowledge about the Italian multinational. The case of like made in Italy, elementary food, wine, are all cases interesting to study. And relationship with the power. In this case, it's interesting because the correspondence between Martini Rossi and Camera di Commercio and Power before to participate at the exposition, like this and diploma and the other case of Martini Rossi wrote to the authority before to participate, to have the award. Before participate, first we have to recognize about our capacity. In the case, without having this award, they don't participate at any activity, any exposition. So there is a relation between Campari company and the authority, Chamber of Commerce, Minister, government. And this case is very interesting. I don't know all the correspondence because it's very difficult to have all the correspondence because the company is very interested to have control the correspondence, and so it's interesting as a good work to do. Along different generation, Paolo asked me about different. The first generation was all from Italy to establish the enterprise. All workers were Italians. I don't know if the second generation, but I think also in the second generation, only the staff, the directors, were all Italians, workers, and perhaps they are not Italian, but directors, administrator, and people with capital, human capital, they were all Italians. And I don't know all the time, but at the beginning were all. And Martini Rossi was very interested to have the control on the people, because the process of the product is very is a factor of success. And another aspect is welfare company. I don't like very much Olivetti. Is my preferred entrepreneur because I think he's a very propaganda man, and I like it. Because interesting is to know the knowledge and also the welfare company. Like in the case of Dalmine, it's interesting to study as Dalmine reconstructed in Campana, in Argentina, the same typical construction in the Bergamo. Bergamo and the Campana is the same. It's interesting to know the role of, for example, of a church. The church that have a big role in Bergamo. The question is the role of the church in Campana, in Argentina, which is the role. And with the construction of the welfare in the society, community here and in Argentina. It's very interesting this is aspect we have the second step of FARI, and then in the future to study not only the immigration, but also the knowledge and the construction community. Very interesting. The future, I think, is very important to know the knowledge about the society and the community.
Thank you very much, Valerio, for your answer. Now, to get a full answer to our colleague that arrived here with a laptop for a very important question, I call Arturo O'Connell. Come here, please, because he can explain all you desire to know about the problem of Argentina. He's a real expert and economist, not a Bulgarian economic historian as me, so he can answer. Thank you very much to stay here.
Thank you very much. I'm supposed to be the only immigrant here. Grandfather from Britain, from Irish ancestry, grandmother from Italy, etc., etc., etc. Now, why Argentina has not prospered as other of the regions of recent settlement, as they were labeled by NURSE, by people at the League of Nations. They developed this idea that the United States, Canada, Australia, Argentina, maybe also Uruguay, were regions of recent settlement, temperate zone, and void spaces in terms of population, so that they were settled by Europeans mainly, to develop agricultural goods of the temperate zone kind. Now, through this development, and I'm quite astonished about these early histories about the Italian firms' settlement, before, in fact, Argentina became so prosperous in the 1870s or 1880s. It was more a vision, as maybe Lorenz has said, than a reality. The reality was that, to follow Madison's figures, by 1913, Argentina was among the 10 highest income per head countries in the world, after the United States, Great Britain, Australia, Canada, maybe Germany. It was among those. Still in 1929, it was about there. And I would say still in 1974, it was among the first 20 or something like that in terms of income per head. Now, there are two theses which are not incompatible about what happened to the development that somehow failed, about this success of those first decades from the late 19th century to the late 1920s. My good friend Guido Di Tella, because the Di Tella family produced two brilliant social scientists. Guido Di Tella, a brilliant economist, and Torquato, a brilliant sociologist. Guido Di Tella produced something about the fact that by the late 1920s, all the open fields had been exhausted. There were no more virgin lands. I had a close relationship in some senses with Guido, was more of the side that was, and I will go back to also to Guido's idea, that there was a big change in the market for temperate zone foodstuffs. That you could see, in fact, that, for instance, wheat prices in real terms were falling for decades. In fact, you spoke about the Great Depression in the United States. The Great Depression of the United States was a Great Depression in general. In fact, economic historians use the expression Great Depression not about the 1930s, but about that one, which was when the United States, particularly in Canada, started selling grains very cheaply to Europe and ruined the grain production in Europe. Now, some countries, most countries, responded with protectionism. I mean, the famous era of free trade was a rather brief one. I mean, if you look at how customs and the tariff policies, only England, maybe a little bit Holland, only they accepted this flood of cheap grain and devoted themselves to livestock rather than to grains. Now, following that era, there was this big shock, but also there's a kind of almost chronic coming down of wheat prices, for instance. This had a second shock after the First World War. During the First World War, there was a destruction, physical destruction of agriculture in Western Europe because of this famous trench warfare. And so the United States, Canada, Argentina gave a loan, in fact, to sell wheat to France and England during the First World War. And so there was a jump also from the point of view of Europe, overseas production of grain. Now, the war ended, and both because of the social reconstruction of societies, I mean, farmers going back to work and developing again what they were doing before the war, and also because these questions about security, food security or not. I mean, countries decided that maybe to be so dependent on overseas production of food was somewhat dangerous. And so, what not? Mussolini started the Battle of Wheat in Italy and things like that. And you can see that in almost all countries, even England in the 1930s will do that. So all of a sudden you find that growing market for grains, for wheat and all these seeds, etc., was becoming at least stagnant, and in some cases, with prices going down. There was an enormous drop in prices during the first years of the depression, of the 1930s depression. So there, what you can see is that there is some limit to the prosperity achieved by Argentina through this development of agriculture, and then very soon for sure there are also beef, which was less important in terms of volume and prices. And going back to Guido's, I somehow like exaggerating his point of view and provoking friends in Argentina that are so in love with that era of Argentina and always want Argentina to go back. We were so prosperous at that time, why don't we go back to that era and just produce some agricultural goods and we will be as prosperous at that time. I speak about mining, that the case of Argentina is like the case of oil producers. What would happen when oil is exhausted? And now you add that to questions about carbon and whatnot. The difference is that oil production uses a very small workforce. I spent some time of my life in Venezuela. Venezuela was the second largest oil exporter in the world. Do you know how much people work in the Venezuelan oil industry? 20,000. In a country which at that time had 14 million population. There was big unemployment in Venezuela. The prosperous Venezuela of the 50s, early 60s with prices, and then in the 70s, high prices of oil, at the same time there's enormous urban unemployment. And there was a promotion by the state with money coming from oil to keep people in the countryside because of that. Even if it was shown to be inefficient or whatnot, much more inefficient was to have them going around town unemployed. Well, so the difference in the case of Argentina is that agriculture at that time, at most, uses a lot of labor. I mean, handling of agriculture and all the stages, etc. So that industry, it was supposed to be an industry when Alberti spoke about, and people from the 80th generation, they spoke about industry, they included agriculture as an industry. That industry, differently from oil, also use a lot of labor. And so it's the benefits of that prosperity were more spread around than what might happen in an oil-producing country. But it's the same phenomenon. I mean, you are living out of exporting the fertile layer of the pampas. Because this was the idea of Guido, of exhaustion of virgin lands. Yeah, because agriculture was very rough. Even if we had agricultural machinery invented in Argentina, sometime by Italian industrialists, by the way. But still, there was no knowledge about keeping the fertile layer, renewing it. So, no surprise. You exported the fertile layer, the fertile layer was gone. So there was an immense difficulty in what are we going to do now? What are we going to do now? There were people like some famous people in Argentina that started saying this already at the time of the First World War, particularly speaking about protectionism, etc. So what happened is that because of the scarcity of foreign exchange during the 1930s, and then because of the Second World War, scarcity of products coming from industrial countries, Argentina continued something that already had been happening, because I used to say some lectures I did a long time ago that you can speak about resident manufacturing and non-resident manufacturing. When you have a population, a few things you need to do locally. Of course, a lot of services also. And the famous oligarchy, like the enormous cereal trading house of Ungibon, for instance, they started producing some manufactured goods. Like Argentina was a great producer of linseed oil, which was the basis of paint. And they developed an enormous manufacturing of paint. Or, for instance, Argentina they and other people started developing cotton agriculture in the northeast of Argentina. And so they developed Grafa, which was an enormous cotton textile group. So it wasn't the case that there was no manufacturing in Argentina. There were some major attempts. There were also a lot of United States firms. Argentina was beginning in the early 20th century, but already mainly in the 1920s, received an enormous amount of direct foreign investment because it was prosperous for Argentina. Then motor cars were being assembled, at least, cosmetics, elevators, a lot of things which had to do with Argentina being prosperous. So the Americans knew how to furnish that kind of stuff. Even sometime before Europe. I mean, fridges became more popular in Europe after the Second World War than in Argentina, which were already quite popular in the late 1920s or in the 30s. So there were investments of that kind. And in fact, part of the increase in industry during the 1930s was using capacity that had already been built in the 1920s. So this was expanded, and some new textile, consumer groups, industries started being developed. And so you had a second phase of development, Argentina, during the most criticized import substituting industrialization. Import substituting industrialization, which was forced by the 1930s crisis and then by the war, then continued under government policies that sponsored somewhat, protected somewhat that, and gave credit to those industries. So that I insist, by 1974, income per head in Argentina was among the 20th largest in the world. Still, we were a prosperous land. There was no unemployment. And that was it. So what happened next?
We have not a terrible history.
What happened next? What happened next is what happened to the United States, to say, or to Great Britain. Financialization. So under the military government, I spoke about 1974, but a whole, let me say something also. In the early 70s, I might exaggerate, but between 35% of Argentine exports were manufactured goods. Argentina was producing, for instance, electronic calculators. Still, it wasn't the PC. The PC came in the 80s, but electronic calculators, stuff like that. I mean, there were some some machine tools. There was some increase in, and also some petrochemicals, some more facilities about the steel industry producing more specific things. So industrial development even had entered into a second stage of not only textiles, food or whatever, or household goods, but there was this large industry of large industrial input industry. And some of that was being exported. So Argentina was among the newly industrializing countries in a way, which was the label that was used at that time. And in fact, at the same time, simultaneously, Argentine agriculture has become much more productive. I mean, already under the last years of the Peron regime, which was the enemy of the oligarchy, that had exploited landowners in the immediate Second World War, post-Second World War period by taking a great chunk of Argentine export prices for promoting social things and promoting manufacturing, etc. Already there, you can see there's a new phase in which there's an attempt to introduce more scientific input into agriculture. Already the Ministry of Agriculture was doing quite a work in experimental stations, but in 1957, and the military government that followed the Peron presidency, a National Institute of Agricultural Technology is created that started promoting agriculture, scientific things. Then machinery is introduced. Fiat made enormous amount of money out of selling.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay, agriculture, machinery, but seed development, ways to reproduce fertility in land were introduced, fertilizers were introduced, etc. So in fact, at the same time that there was this second phase of industrial development in the 60s, also Argentine agriculture was becoming much more productive, and there was more of a new market for agricultural goods, although at not very high prices, but also. So Argentina, by the early 70s, had come out of what had been an obsession for decades, which was the scarcity of foreign exchange. That was also Igla, Cepal, Prebisch also said that the problem of developing countries was the need to import much more than what they could export. But Argentina had been able to overcome that, and via a more productive agriculture and via a more developed manufacturing, had developed a nice, beautiful trade balance surplus. And here comes the military government, and here comes also our ultra-liberal friends that decide that all that was wrong, all that was inefficient, that we had to import whatever we could import from any part of the world at the lowest possible price. And why shouldn't we finance ourselves beautifully with all these banks in the world offering money freely almost, because it was the famous petrodollars. And so Argentina started financialization era. And this easy money coming from abroad started destroying Argentine development. And here we are. And that's why it's very funny, because it was said by my colleague speaking in English, that if you go in the most detailed, 10-digit detail of customs classification, the largest item is residues from agriculture. Because Argentina produces soya and produces sunflower, but they export sunflower oil and soya oil. And the residue is full of protein. It's exported, it's used for livestock and for poultry, etc. So we are in that position of having gone back to that. Our largest exports now are those same commodities that for quite some time had very low prices. In the 1990s, we were with very, very low prices. We have seen some cycles, and now, well, there's this explosion. So we have finished. Here we are. And the culprit is financialization, and it's not only us, it's England, it's the United States. Everybody that's gone through financialization has stopped growing. A good friend, Chilean friend, I finish with this, he speaks about, I mean, people worried with development were always saying that through some ways, developing countries will converge to the prosperity of advanced countries. He has written a couple of papers now, very nice, saying that the developed countries are converging to the developing countries. The advanced countries are converging to the developing countries. Unemployment, lack of inequality, redistribution of income, all these things that were supposed to be our sins. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, Arturo makes us sad with this, and so we deserve a break with the coffee to restart. Only 10 minutes, not 20. It's okay? So, no problem. Okay, and it's okay. So you can go, and here I hope that there's no tragedy with the relationship. Okay. Okay. So I said goodbye in 10, 12 minutes to the people that follow us in Zoom. I hope that we are following in Zoom. Sì, sì. Okay, so I have to repeat for people abroad of this room, so not migrants. So now we start with Roberto Impicciatore, who represents also his colleague Francesco Scalone, Rosella Ritteroli, and Alessandro Samoggia, and explain living arrangements of European second-generation immigrants in the United States at the beginning of the 20th century. Please, here, and
thank you very much.
I hope that this is okay. This condition definito. Sorry, but we have every time some problem with yes here. Impicciatore, yeah. This is okay. So you can start.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. It's such a pleasant place. So this is a joint paper with the three colleagues who are historical demographer. I'm Roberto Impicciatore. I'm a social demographer at the University of Bologna. And the topic, so now we move from Argentina to US and talking about second generation. So the initial idea is the intergenerational transmission, inheritance of value and norms, under the idea that values and norms acquired in the area of origin can influence the integration pattern of migrants, also for a multi-generational perspective, and so also for their children. We focus on living arrangements among second generation in the US at the beginning of the 20th century. So we focus on migration flows from Europe to US between the end of 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. A period, of course, characterized by strong migration flows, as I will say later. And in particular, we focus on the transition to adulthood of this second generation. Also talking about family ties, as I will explain later. Well, actually, first of all, can focus on Europe, and then the living arrangement for family formation in Europe is and was different across countries. So we have such a high heterogeneity. I just want to recall 3 or 4 seminal works, seminal papers and books about the family formation pattern in Europe. Probably one of the most famous is the one by John Einal, who proposed this East-West divide, imagining a line running from Trieste to St. Petersburg with neolocal family formation and late marriage in the western part and early and universal marriage on the eastern part. Another important contribution was given by Peter Laslett, identifying the role in particular of the life cycle service, the fact that young people go to live and work in other families, domestic servants, as a farm laborer or apprentice, and in particular in the northwestern Europe, in a way that so this kind of experience tended to anticipate the exit from parental home and delay marriage. Something similar is so the incidence of this behavior is low in the Mediterranean area. So, for example, some estimates say that in pre-industrial northwestern Europe, around 75% of boys and 50% of girls experience this life cycle servants. And more recently, Navalny Gallant and also another important paper written by David Fair, who identified these rooted norms and values can shape the family formation, identifying a Mediterranean pattern with a longer stay for home and a higher simultaneity between, so when people exit from parental home, they experience simultaneously marriage. And something different in French and Northern European pattern, where there is a prolonged time spent as a single, as a solo living before marriage, but outside the family of origin. So just to say that, of course, it's well known that today there is this different behavior. So we know that in Italy, the exit from parental home is particularly delayed, postponed, but these contributions highlight that these behaviors are rooted in the past. Then we can identify a geography focusing on 6 countries that are the 6 countries that we consider in this research. So UK and Ireland, so very briefly, I read in order to summarize. UK and Ireland, early departure from parental home linked to the life cycle service, but some extent there is geographical heterogeneity. Sweden and Germany, early exit as well, late age at first marriage, and neo-local residence of the couple. Poland, there is something, so it's in the middle of the Einer line, actually, with this sort of cultural transition between West and East. And in Western Poland, there are similarities to Northern European patterns. And finally, Italy with a late exit mainly for marriage. And some other things that, however, also in Italy, several research show a high level of heterogeneity within Italy. Well, I said from Europe to US, of course, we know very well the big flows of migrants following these trajectories. Of course, with as a resulting effect, we have a large number of second-generation immigrants born in the US. We focus on second-generation in strictly sense, means those born in the US with both parents coming from a specific country. So I just excluded all the mixed situations. Because we want to underline that we want, in some sense, disentangle the cultural effect from the contextual effect, even though, of course, there is some limits to this approach. What about previous research? The living parental home in the US, this is a study by Gutmann, showing that the native male, this is the pointer, no pointer. Yes. So the big line is about male native. So the age of living parental home tends to be higher for native in this research compared to migrants, also for male and female, for both male and female. We also see a very well-known pattern with an increase up to 50s, 20th century, and then a decrease during the baby boom, when families formation occurred early in life course, and this is also an explanation for the higher fertility in that period. Okay. So the aim of this paper is to study living arrangement and comparing US white natives and second-generation immigrants from 6 countries in Europe, under the idea that the second generation share the same context, very similar context, born and raised in the US, so the same socioeconomic institutional context, but potentially exposed to the inheritance of cultural aspects given by parents, by immigrant parents. And so if second generation in the US show pattern different from natives, from native white Americans, but similar to the population of origin, then we may have evidence of a distinctive attitudes in terms of parenting and marriage. In this sense, there are two main theoretical approaches, usually considered as mutually exclusive, but not always, however. One is adaptation, so the idea that after a while, immigrant people and their children tend to follow the mainstream behavior. And the second one is socialization, where the inheritance, the cultural inheritance, can have an effect even in the second or the third generation. So with a long-lasting effect, deep-rooted, I mean, in a cross-generational approach. So the research question is the following. So do family resemble to the living arrangement resemble to the one of the natives, so we have adaptation, or are more similar to those observed in the country of origin with this socialization? In order to try to answer this question, we use the IPAMS data, so very rich and available data collected by the US Minnesota Center for Research. This is a collection of all the censuses made in the US and in other countries in the world. It's very interesting, actually, data sources. I don't want to spend time, but if you're interested, we can discuss later. We selected 3 censuses that are 1% samples of the census made in the US, 1910, 20, and 30. And we focus on young people between 16 to 29 years of age. And of course, second generations comparing with US-wide, third generation, we may say, so those with both parents born in the US with a white ethnicity. And as you can see, the numbers are quite larger considering that there are samples. So the total size is almost 500,000 of cases. So we have large numbers in order to identify relation. And this is the first descriptive results. So this is the distribution of the state distribution according to living arrangement observed across second generations. So focusing on the red bars, this is the percentage of those living with parents. And as you can see, the red bars is the highest are the one for Italy and Poland for males. And also for females, we see Ireland, Poland, Italy with the highest level. Of course, we can also identify gender differences because, of course, the exit from parental home and family formation is postponed for males. That this is almost universal in Western countries. Some other notes, UK and Germany, I mean, second generation originating from UK and Germany are close to the US wide, whereas, as I said, Italy and Poland show different values. And also looking at the blue bars, the top of the figure, there is those living alone, living not with parents and not with the partner. And we see that actually Italy and Poland have the lowest values. That is something similar to actual behavior, to the current behavior. This is the percentage just separating the 3 big age groups between 16 and 19, 20, 24, 25, 29, only to show that differences remain similar for all these three groups with few exceptions. Probably the most important one is for Italian women, and I say children of daughters of Italian immigrants, who show a sort of catching up in the sense that at the beginning, so before age 20, they tend to stay with the family, but after that, quite rapidly, they get married. But for the rest, the differences tend to hold. Okay, so the next step is try to show if this kind of results are not, influenced by spurious effects. So we want to run multivariate analysis. Here we extend a little bit, so we focus on 4 possible outcomes. And then we use a multinomial logic that is a regression analysis where the outcome has more than 2 levels. Here in particular, we focus on 4 levels with parents not married, with parents married, left not married, with left married. Of course, our variable of interest is the country of origin, and then we have also a list of control variables. Age, census, urban areas, growth tendency, labor force status, and also socioeconomic index, and time, of course, to focus on each of them. I skip to the results. This is the predicted probability, so we can read this figure as the probability of being in a specific state. Here the state is living with parents without being married. And we see clearly for men higher values for Sweden, Ireland, Poland, and Italy. However, most generally, second generation, as you can see, the green points are higher than the reference level, that is the one of the US wide. And so second generation stay longer with their parents compared to the US wide overall. But we see also some differences, as I said, some heterogeneity, and then we focus some groups with a higher propensity to remain with parents. I skip something. It's not so relevant now. So if we look at those living out of their family house, so left parent home but not married, we see that Poland and Italy, something has a lower level, both for men and women, and this suggests that the life cycle service is less relevant for those groups, also in the US, as it was in Europe for their parents. And finally, left parental home married, we see some results like this, a lower propensity among second generation from Ireland and Sweden, and a higher propensity among daughters of Italian and Polish immigrants. So if you look at this, the right-hand side, the points for Poland, Italy are very close to the US wide. So identify that there is a late exit, but at a certain point, the exit is simultaneous to marriage. Recalling once again the behavior experienced in Europe. So it's time for summarize the results. For the US wide, we have a very fast transition now, very fast compared to all the second generations, with the early exit from parental home for any reasons and early marriage. UK and Germany show similar pattern to US, but with a higher propensity to stay longer with their parents. Sweden and Ireland are something in the middle, more likely to remain unmarried than natives, and also compared to other European immigrants. And finally, Italy and Poland with a delayed exit and a higher simultaneous pattern with between exit and marriage. So, in order to conclude, we found a general trend of delay in the exit from parental home among second generations. That is something different from the results obtained by Gutmann, but I have to, of course, underline it. It was a comparison with the direct immigrants, so first generation immigrants, so we are considering second generation. And second generation show a delay. Of course, this also can be, and this suggests a lack of adaptation, but that can be linked not particularly to cultural factors, but also to constraints and in the labor market and the housing market, basically. However, and even most interesting for our purpose, is the differences across origins. So suggesting this a potential effect of cultural maintenance. And the direction is very close, even not exactly the same, as the different pattern of family formation that we had in Europe before migration, we can say. Even though there are some unexpected results that require further research, for example, a slow exit from Sweden and Ireland, so it is not exactly what we expected, and a lower probability of having left without being married. We know from the literature that the life cycle service was particularly relevant in the UK, but it's not so, I mean, the projection in the US is not so relevant as we expected, even though it's more important than the other origin. And so for the discussion, we may say that we made some robustness check in order to check the results also with the interaction by US area, and looking at different regions in the US, or by single regions, or by different age groups. This is the last slide. And also we discussed about some further developments, for example, including some clustering, how immigrants are clustered under the hypothesis that where we have, so in counties where we have higher incidence of immigrants, of course, the cultural connections may be stronger. But honestly, I don't expect that the result will change with this kind of additional information, because we tried with some provisional results. Finally, shortcomings. Yes, so we focus on cross-sectional data, so there are not longitudinal data, so we cannot compute, for example, the age at exit, or we can identify or the biography. IPAMS also gives some linkages between censuses, but that we cannot use for identifying different origins. It's not enough. And also there are, of course, many unobserved factors that may have a role. So, for example, family ties or whole ethnic community. Of course, it's quite difficult to disentangle cultural and contextual factors. But in this sense, probably the most important shortcoming for us is the fact that there is some heterogeneity in Europe, sub-countries, so within the same country. And it's impossible to have information of the origin. So, for example, identifying those coming from Pianura Padana instead of southern Italy with a quite different behavior. So this is an average that we can, for example, compare in Italy and the UK. On average, they are very different, but of course, we expect even stronger results with this more geographically localized terms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this speech. I invite you to prepare some questions. And so I change this. Sorry, for a moment. So I stop. Un moment. Posso chiuderlo? Ok. Vai, first. So, before I have to, yeah. Tutte le volte qui non si ingrandisce. Sorry, okay. One moment, this is my problem. Okay. Okay, so here. So you can see Francesca. So no. So Francesca Fauri start with a speech concerning Italian remittances in Great Migration years. So also for you 20 minutes. And so you can prepare your questions.
Okay. So in talking about Italian remittances, well, first of all, we should know how many people left the country between, let's say, the 1880s and the First World War. And that was a big number. More or less 15 million Italian citizens left their country. Actually, almost 1/6 of the Italian population was living abroad in the early first 10 years of the 19th century. So where did they go to? Well, one thing that I would like to say, we've talked about Argentina today and the United States, but we should remember that most Italians, when they left, they went to Europe. Europe was the main destination for all Italian people all the time. Of course, countries differ. So in the beginning, many went to the bordering nations, like Switzerland, France. But as years went by, then other destinations were chosen also in Northern Europe. But big numbers also, as you can see, went to Latin America and the United States. Change the slide. All these people, of course, that went abroad sent part of their savings back to Italy. This is well known. More difficult is to estimate the amount of the Italian remittances. So I've not done that, first of all. This is something that someone else has done because there are many studies about the estimation of Italian remittances. And I'll just mention a couple. What I can say is that what is obvious is that the amount of savings that was sent back increased throughout the years as the amount of people who left increased. So as the earnings increased, also the money sent back home did. But it's really difficult to estimate this amount because the problems are many. First of all, it's difficult to, you can see now how they increase, and these two are the two different estimates. I think most reliable ones I know so far, Istat and Balletta, and they differed just a bit because Balletta included some bigger estimates that he made himself. But of course, both of them don't take into account what they are called the invisible remittances, which means the money that was personally taken back home by the emigrant, or sent home by letters, or sent home through friends, or sewed in the garments they wore. So there were many ways that money went back to Italy. It was difficult to estimate even 100 years ago. You can see reports of the Italian government saying that it's impossible to estimate how much money is coming back. But of course, it's a great amount of money. And they had these remittances, many effects. Many effects on the micro and micro level. So we can see effects on the balance of payments, of course, is the most well-known effect. It was called the rain of gold that came back from abroad. and covered nearly one half of the cost of the goods that were imported at the time in early 90s. And of course, this money, this rain of gold was offsetting the significant part of the deficit in the years of the migration boom, which means until World War I. And this incidence on the Valletta went up to 25%. It's a very important amount of money. And also that also explains why the Italian government was so keen in fostering and trying to help migration. It set up a commissariat in 1901 to oversee the great migration boom, but also to help migrants to reach foreign lands and settle there. So, and this was done partly because migrants were a very important income for the Italian state because of remittances. And in all this, what I've done is try to estimate the amount of the remittances that came back through the Banco di Napoli, the Bank of Naples. The government in 1901, when it set up the commissariat, also decided that Banco di Napoli was the right bank to collect remittances abroad, to protect migrants and send their savings home. It organized this, new structure for the Banco di Napoli. The Banco di Napoli printed this vaglia that we can see. That's an example. And that was done mainly because they wanted to protect migrants, because of course they wanted to give migrants the certainty that they could collect the sum once they went back home, or that their family could collect the money for them. Because most of the times before the Banco di Napoli, and also after, I must say, well, not all the time remittances were really sent back home, because these bankers that collected remittances abroad, especially in the United States, I must say, sometimes just disappeared with the money. They just flew, and all the savings were lost. So in order to protect migrants, the Banco di Napoli was appointed as the bank for immigrants. Okay. And Banco di Napoli, of course, what it had to do is to establish correspondence all over the world to collect the remittances and send them to the Banco di Napoli. And in the case of the United States, you can see that there are, I think, 9 banks all over the US that were entrusted with the collection of remittances, and then they were sent through these American banks, American Italian banks, back to the Banco di Napoli in Italy. One of these banks, which is in the United States, was called the bank in the Banca Italo-Americana in San Francisco. It was also called the Bank of Italy in English. It was founded by an Italian immigrant who set up this bank that was working for migrants, for Italian migrants especially, and it grew, was one of the success stories of Italian migration, because this Bank of Italy grew and expanded throughout the years, changed the name. Nowadays it's called Bank of America. My son was just hired by Bank of America, by the way, so I told him, remember that it was founded by an Italian migrant. And this is a story of many of these correspondents of the Bank of Naples, because also in Argentina, we can see that Banco d'Italia e Rio della Plata was another bank founded by an Italian immigrant to Argentina that grew and became a very important bank for the financing of Italian entrepreneurs, for instance, not only for remittances, but also for the financing of new enterprises. So This correspondence played a very important role. The money was sent back safely, finally. But of course, it's very difficult for migrants to change their habits. So actually, the Banco di Napoli ended up handling only a share of total remittances. However, it's the only bank that has elaborated periodical and detailed statistics on the origin and destination of remittances, which is something that we lack as historians, because nothing like that has ever been produced by other Italian statistics, by Istat, for instance. So by examining the archives of the Banco of Naples in Naples, I have been able, I'm still working on this, so these data are just a work in progress, but we were able, and we are able now, we are trying to see not only which were the countries that sent the biggest amount of remittances, but also to which regions they were sent to. So it's interesting to see that almost 66% of remittances came from the US in the big migration years, great migration years, 12% from France, 4% from Germany, Canada, Brazil, and Argentina. And that the money was cashed mainly in Northern Italy and only 13% in South and Central Italy. And that's probably why, because the part of invisible remittances that were sent in the South was still very much great, and so it was not able to be assessed. But we're still working on that, which I think it's a very interesting aspect of remittances. As for the micro and micro effects of remittances, we have already talked about the effect of remittances on the balance of payments and the effect on the stabilization of the balance of payments. They also guaranteed a huge flow of savings to flow into the post office savings banks, and especially into the Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, and all the remittances that were given and then put in the Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, they were then invested via this bank, this public bank. And the difference here is that in the northern regions, the money that was, the remittances that were deposited in the Cassa were used for modernization projects mainly, while in the central and southern regions, they also went to the Cassa Depositi e Prestiti to ask for money, but they were used mainly to pay back their debts or the debts of the municipalities. So they were not used for development projects. Because now the question that I'm trying to answer is that have remittances helped development? And most of you probably know that the answer is no. And even nowadays, all modern studies of contemporary study about remittances don't find remittances of development. And that's also what historians say.
No, sono d'accordo. Poi dici, mi faccio la mattina o alla sera, quando è più fresco. È uno che vale per 24 ore.
Came home, yes, sometimes to purchase treasury bonds, but other times they use the money to, you can change for micro intervention. So, of course, this money coming from abroad.
Se non avete problemi.
Bettering their standard of living, so they could improve through remittances the level of consumption of primary goods, of food and clothing, their diet.
Mamma mia, grazie, guarda, non te l'avevo chiesto, non l'avevo pensato.
They could afford
nessuna richiesta,
something that they could not do before.
Buone,
And also,
buone, belle
not only
c'è quando vuole male.
by living abroad in Argentina,
come dice zio
and
Pino,
the US,
se
they
ci vuole
learn
bene, ciao, se ci vuole male,
something good for them. So the diet changed because there was a cultural change.
Comunque, sì.
And also, I think one of the most important effects of remittances was that it can incentivize, it's not a direct effect, we could call it under indirect effect was that school attendance was
Era solo nel
incentivized.
caso, però ma è l'età nel senso, ma non è che è sbagliato,
when they
cioè, è
come
sbagliato
back,
quando poi si
but
eccede.
also
L'età
the
si scoprono
migrants,
queste cose.
families realized
Ogni tanto mi meraviglio, sì, ogni tanto mi meraviglio che i corsi li fai tu.
they started to send their kids back to school again. And there are also many nice and interesting stories about this of migrants
allora,
asking the
l'età
municipality to be in school and saying that they would not send remittances home if the municipality did not build the elementary school in the center, so to provide, you know, a school for all the kids. Some of the money was used to pay off family debts and taxes, and of course, some of the money was used to allow other family members to leave. However, in general, remittances had no impact on local economic development, or a very limited one, because of course, here again, Italy is not a big country, but every region has its own story. So for instance, if you read historians from Friuli, Venezia Giulia, they say that remittances in that case did have an impact because they were used to open new small entrepreneurial shops or activities. So apparently in some regions they were better used in the sense of development than in others, but generally the impact was very small, which you can say in general. Okay, so except for a few bars that there were cases in which, of course, there were some impact. But I was interested also in doing, talking about remittances and development, is to see the role of local banks. And I'm not the first one. I've studied the archives of the Banca Vicentina, Banca Cattolica Vicentina, but before my study, there were other studies that were done in the Molise, in the case of Agnone, and in the case of Lucca in Tuscany. And what have these studies done? They've tried to calculate, first of all, how much remittances were part of the local deposits of the local banks. And in these two cases, both in Agnone and Lucca, by studying the archives of the local banks, it was shown that the deposits increased so much between 1900 and the First World War because remittances really were a rain of gold incoming in these small local banks. And in these cases, both the authors studied the effect of this money on the enlargement of the credit activities of the bank, and so their investment activities. In both cases, these local banks financed initiatives that aimed at modernizing the area and financed the emergence of new businesses and industrial activities. They financed the setting up of railways, of electrical factories. They finance single firms. So as remittances increased, credit for local firms and local entrepreneurs increased, allowing these two areas, Lucca and Agnone, to grow and develop in those years. So I've done the same thing for Vicenza. And I've studied the archives of the Banca Cattolica Vicentina. And I chose Vicenza because besides being the most industrialized city in the Veneto region at the time, it was also one of the provinces with the highest migration propensity. Well, in a region which was historically one of the the biggest migration region in Italy. So I've studied the board of directors Venus, which testified that, well, first of all, there was an increasing attention to migrants' remittances, and in order to attract them, the bank, the rates, the interest rate on the American savings was increased from 3 to 4%, and this flood of remittances forced the Banca Cattolica Vicentina to sign an agreement with the Bank of Naples so that remittances could be directly collected also by the Banca Vicentina affiliates around Vicenza. So 9 affiliates in Vicenza could collect remittances through this agreement with the Bank of Naples. And also, there was an increase in attention of the Banca to invest in local development. And this was done in 3 ways mainly. First of all, they financed the construction of local railways. And it was said for ethical reasons in the first place. So lots of money was given to at least 3 projects that were done at the time, constructing railways. Then they financed farmers to buy agricultural machinery, and also they incorporated the Agricultural Union of Vicenza, which became part of the bank. So they paid to incorporate the Agricultural Union that was not doing very well, but the bank decided not to let it fail, but it became part of the bank. And then, of course, more attention was given to farmers and to help them to buy agricultural machinery. And the third thing that I found that they did quite often was that they financed the local industry, especially silk industry. Every year there is in this minute the renewed attention to the silk industry and the need to give more loans for this industrial sector, but other sectors will help as well, and sometimes even the bank bought assets of firms that were in trouble, so it intervened to help the firms in this way. So, and see, you can see now I've reconstructed how deposits and loans grew throughout these years, and you can see they match. I mean, as deposit of the bank increased, thanks to remittances, also loans increased. So it was a very, of course, special bank, and these are not all banks did that in Italy, but when they did, then you can really find how credit increased and how credit to local entrepreneurs increased. So I'm finished. This study would like, even more when I have more data about the Bank of Naples, study the destination, not only the amount and origin, but also destination of remittances. I've tried to evaluate the macro and micro effects of remittances. In general, remittances had no big effect on economic development, but surely they had a positive effect on the standard of living, the school attendance, which still I think is one of the most important effects of remittances as a whole, the fact that kids were sent back to school. And these local case studies I have mentioned, and the one that I've done about the Banca Cattolica Vicentina tend to confirm that where local banks took a leading role in the development projects, they ensured the productive use of remittances for the benefit of the whole area's economic development. So this is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francesca. So now we have the time for questions. I give you some time to prepare them. And I start with the small analysis and questions of the 2 speakers. So it's very interesting, the first case, and my questions is related to methodology. So I noted that you create a separate analysis for male and women, for men and women, and I don't understand if you also consider that in that year for women the age for marriage was very, very low comparing the men age. So if this influenced your statistical, because I remember for other studies, trade unions, okay, and I remember that in textile sectors, women with 22, 23 years old, they were considered very old. So all they become the masters or normally they weren't used, and they had to be married and left the work. And this means that for women, 21, 22 years, you have to marry, or you become, in Italian language, zitella. That is the idea that if you have no married 26, 27 years, you have some problem, okay? And on the contrary, it was also normal that a man can marry after, because we have to prepare the patrimony to create. So I don't understand, it's my problem, but it's better to explain if this influenced your analysis data, because women, they married before, so I expected that they left before family, if they are married. And in the second case for Francesca, I noted very, very points in common with my analysis on Moldovan case, for the case of Moldova, that is recent. So the problem to calculate statistics, the problem to calculate the money, because some monies was and now is sent by using package with food, okay? Or in many cases, you have money that is given to conductor, train, bus conductor, or money that people brought with them when they have holiday in their native country. And for this, I ask if it's possible with our sources to verify what happens for countries that are near to Italy. Because when you have a small figure about France, only 4%, or other country, I expected that this is also linked to the idea that it was possible to come back one time in a year or 2 times in a year, and in this case, brought women money. Normally, if you come from USA or Southern America, you have more difficult. So you have travel 1 time in your life to come back. So if this influenced your data. So for me, it's finished. I wait for your answer. I invite you to come here for answer. No, you can stay here.
Yes, I have a question for 2 questions for Roberto. The first one is. Yes.
No, you have to stay here because people on Zoom has the right to know what you are asking.
I know it's a difficult question, but because it's interested in my research about the structure of the firm in Italian multinational firm. Do you know about profit? Do you know something about? Do you know anything about the profit from the firm around the world to Italy? Because as in the case I studied this morning, in every state where there are Italian multinational, they constituted a singular society, not a hierarchical organization, but a network of companies. So it's interesting to know how they use the profit and if the profit come back in Italy. In the case I studied, so interested in the profit. And second, if they use this money to pay Italian goods, or only to stay in loans to have deposit in banks. Second question. Okay.
So there's a question about Francesca for. So I remember that for answer you have a few minutes. Okay. So I think this will be necessary.
Perhaps it's a bit of a stupid question, but I want to understand better. You say remittances don't help so much development apart from schooling and let's say consumption. But aren't those, at least like in the mainstream narrative a lot, aren't those also drivers for development?
So I didn't understand that because of my ignorance on the topic. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, I have a brief question for Roberto. I found it very interesting, all the information, and kind of depressing too, because I assume I was a second generation Italian, and I'm woefully ignorant about everything you talked about. But I was wondering if, I mean, I thought it was very interesting, the socialization versus adaptation rationales that you were using. And I was wondering if there are any differences between those origin groups in terms of their propensity to engage in intra-ethnic marriage, and if this could be tied to some of the differences you observe. And I'm also wondering whether this could be, I mean, if there is, if it could be tied to gender imbalances as well. I mean, if Italians tended to marry other Italians, for instance, does the fact that this was possible because there was a gender balance, or maybe it was difficult for other groups because there was a gender imbalance? And I guess that's a methodological question as well. I'm not sure whether the sample you were able to draw concerned individuals or entire households. So I don't know if you have the information, if you have the data to answer that as regards your specific sample. Thank you.
Okay. Roberto, you can come here, and Francesca has a question for you.
I have
So
two questions. The first one, so you were talking about living arrangements. So I was wondering, so how long does it take to catch up with the destination country in this case? I mean, do you need a third generation of immigrants? Like, I say this because I was studying education of Italians abroad, and they didn't catch up with American standards until the third generation. Then finally, they had the same years of schooling as the Americans. So I was wondering if it was the same for, in this case, living arrangements. And the second question, again, I studied Italians in the US, and it would be interesting, you were mentioning that at the end of your paper, to study also, for instance, parents' occupation. Because in the case, again, of Italians in the US, the fact that lots of Italian families had small shops, they were small entrepreneurs, small restaurants, and so on. First of all, they didn't send their children to school in the beginning because they had already a job at home. And so I was wondering if that also influenced the fact that they stayed home longer. So because they didn't learn English, for instance. So it really took 3 generations for Italians to integrate. Second generation, no, it was too early for education. I'm talking about. So I was wondering that. Other questions? So you start first.
So 10 minutes. No, 8 minutes.
Thank you very much for very interesting feedbacks and suggestions. I try to answer. However, to highlight the limits, I mean, well, for the gender differences, according to me, is not a problem from a methodological point of view, because given that there are very differences between men and women, also for the behavior in the origin countries and in the destination state, we decided to separate the 2 samples and then to analyze separately. This is a typical situation when the behavior is very different. So probably in demography, the most important one is the analysis of life expectancy that is so different that we need to analyze separately for men and women. It's not a problem because we compare women with women. So women from US white with women from the second generation. So from a methodological point of view, it's not a problem. And so to be precise, we cannot directly compare the predicted probability of men with those of women because the values of the other coefficients is different. So the two values are not directly comparable, but this is not our case. So our hypothesis is not about the difference between men and women. It's not our hypothesis, so probably it's not a problem for us. What about for the rest? Interethnic marriage, well, actually, it's a very interesting point. And also it may explain some differences. Unfortunately, so we have individual data. So, of course, census data collected households, but we have a sample of census. So we don't have information for parents or for the partner. So for the household overall. And so this explained also the last point raised by Francesca. So we cannot consider the parents' occupation. So we must stop at second generation. We don't know anything about third generation actually. And so we cannot test. For some censuses, they try to ask also the grandparents, but there are origins that there are very few data that we cannot use. However, we can study. However, I think it may be one natural extension of this analysis to study interethnic marriage. I don't know if it's possible, but we can try to just not to include in this analysis, but just to change a little bit the research design in order to study this point. Of course, I think it's a quite different topic in this case that can be, it can be a very interesting extension of this analysis. And so finally, also for the school attendance, well, actually in our data set, we have information about the current status of, for example, about school attendance or being in the labor market. So we check some ways for these aspects. If at the census, the individual is currently a student. So we check for these characteristics. But according to me, it's even more important the parents' occupation, and I'm quite sure we cannot do this point. Thank you, however, in any case, for your interesting suggestions.
Okay, so you. So the first question was how about well, yes, invisible remittances. Of course, the data from France is just, as you were saying, these migrants had seasonal jobs, like in Switzerland, so they just brought the money back with them. So that's why I think you're right. Bordering nations tend to be underestimated for that reason. The second question about profits, I'm sorry, nothing about profits because I did not study the big firms like Olivetti and Fiat. So I wouldn't know what to say. And as to remittances and development, many scholars and economists, even at that time, so even 100 years ago, really believed that remittances could form a new class of capitalists, of industrialists, and really change the fabric of the area, the development pattern, but this did not happen. So all the investments are important because, of course, improved the standard of living of these people, but they were mainly conservative. So they would buy another piece of land and give the land to their fourth or fifth son that was born. So, for instance, something that was not done was to increase the amount of land of the family, because that remained the same amount. It was just bought another amount for another son, so which was never enough to improve the standard of living of the kids, for instance. So these conservative investments did not change the path of development of the area, which means that even after 20 years, the people had come back, they probably had to move out again because nothing had changed. It was still an agricultural area which did not have enough land to feed an increasing family. And so that what was hoped for by many scholars at the time never materialized. So they never became self-sufficient areas, and they never industrialized, unfortunately, which is the second step that should help economic development. So that was was I trying to say, but didn't have enough time. So that's all.
So thank you very much. You are perfect because you finished at 15, now 16, so perfect time. And I'm very happy because I finished. So this afternoon, as chair, yes, but this afternoon you can note the difference with a good chair. And so I invite you to go in open space to have a lunch break. Remembering that at 2 o'clock you are here for the second part of the workshop. Okay? Thank you very much for your presence and take profit.